Do we do? We are doctors. I'm a neurologist, I'm psychiatrist, and psychotherapist. You know, that's why I know what I am talking about. I have patients still now, but I have also a training in machine learning. Not a lot, just to get acquainted with these sections, with this mathematics, with the computer scientists. Otherwise, they tell you stories and they don't know what they are dealing with. We were founded in 2008, so we are 11 years old. It's a network of about 70 offices in Germany, large offices. We have over 150 doctors. It's all over Germany. We have 4 districts, as you can see here. We have standardized, fully digital and iOS certificate, office-based EMR system, centralized in a cloud, in a German cloud. You know, in Germany it's very strict. We have to follow rules. This is till 11 years. We have cooperations, of course, with universities. Not just office-based, we are cooperating with Munich, Essen, Nuremberg, also Switzerland, and for our computer science with Stanford in the US. It's approved by ethical committee of Bavarian and other committees because it has to be ethical. Not just it has to function, not just GPDR, it has to be ethical what you're doing. To look at our numbers, we have a lot of patients. We have about 600,000 patients a year over all indications, neurology and psychiatry. Our deepest and the most depth database is multiple sclerosis. We have over 25,000 patients. Looking there at least on average 8.7 years, and we see them about 4 to 5 times a year. We have dementia, we have all for the doctors and the nurses. We have also in projects, not in the practice, automatic MRI analysis. You know, the discussion round said this about the radiologists. No, let's see, it's a problem for them because AI is very good in radiology, and we are having a project proving this. We have a project with 2 different providers and 3 radiologists, and we check who is better. And let's see. Then the patient, this is one part, to get all this data. All these data are checked, of course, before they go into the database. The other part is the patient. The patient is also feeding the database. For example, we have migraine apps, and this is filling the registry, but also he can see his data. So it's bidirectional. Not only the doctor and the nurses see, also the patient, if he wants to see his MRI data, his lymphocytes, his lab data, and so on. And via this channel, he also gets some information about his illness, about his medics. So it's bidirectional. That's very crucial. In this tool also is electronic patient card, a record where all your records, where all your MRI data, where all allergies and everything is in. So if you go to a doctor, this is all known, and the doctor who is referred to you knows everything. Out of this is Friend. Friend, this is our baby. Most sophisticated, this is a web-based tool. You know, we did a lot of research and a lot of publications about retrospective data. But this is a tool individualized. If a patient with MS comes, what can I give him? Individualized. This is, our register is the basis for this all. There is machine learning, deep learning, unsupervised learning, whatever. We are doing this with a team with 100 mathematicians, computer scientists, data analytics, web designers, user experienced persons, because it's not just building this up. People have to use this. So there has to be a kind of gamification of the whole feature. So this is a ranking for special patients in MS, and then you can choose out of real data what would be best for the patients. This is one. The other is the patient says, okay, that's all right, but I want to be pregnant. I want to have orals. I want to have whatever. And this is the preferences. So in the end, it's a talk between doctor and patients on the same level. You know, not I'm the doctor and you do what I do. It's together. That's a very new thing because doctors are not used to this. But I think especially in MS, the patients are young, you know, they are affine to internet. They come and say, probably I have an MS, so you go to their level and talk to them with this. This is, we can over this, if the doctor wants to know why the predictive model was choosing this, the ranking, then you can look at this and you have the ratings. This all fulfills quality standards and certifications, you know, ethical improvements, quality risk management, it's CE certified. Privacy, you know, in Europe, privacy is top. If you don't follow the rules, then you're just, it's not possible. So this is very strict. We fulfill all these rules, GDPR, European. Then We did a lot of other awards, but I'm glad to have this one as well. Destiny is for doctors and for patients. Doctors, additional to the modules I showed you, has the opportunity to cockpit his own office. So in this case, for example, you can see I have 1,685 patients, 33% are female. Then you have the ages, then you can see on the bottom down, you can see, I see them, that's visit per year, 2.7 years, and you have a benchmark. You know, the benchmark is the darker one, all over our network. So you can see how do I perform compared to the whole group. This is a special clinical core. You can see how often do I MRI scanning compared to the others, how many sick leave days has my patient compared to others. So this is a thing that's very interesting for the patient, for the doctor in his own office. We also have a thing like, but that's very German, regress warning. You know, in Germany, if you do wrong things, then you have to pay back money. This is warning you if you're doing this, or if you are off-label use. If you have off-label use, this is warning you. Check the diagnosis or change diagnosis, or don't do it. The other thing we did a lot is retrospective analysis, match pair analysis. With propensity score matching, that might be boring if you're not in the field. I just go over this. In the end, we did a lot of publications, you know. It's a thing, it's also, if you're a pharmaceutical industry, it's interesting, you have to do these RCTs. Probably it's possible to compare also in a stadium that the drug is not licensed compared to real-world data. We did this, did a lot of publications. This is one in neurology. This is a completely new world. You can even do it as a study arm, placebo arm with real-world data. We have a program in Germany at the moment to prove concept. These are other RLCs that were for licensing drugs, and we could predict, just what shows this, we could predict the outcomes of the studies with our RVE data. That's also proof of concept of the power of real-world data. So for the patient, they have a lot of opportunities. They have apps, they have a therapy plan, they have, of course, a warning when they don't take their drugs, then there's a push. They have, this is migraine, they have a lot of information. If they want, they get push information. But the very important thing is the patient is in the pilot seat. He can say, I want to have this, I want to have this, I want to have even special information about my drug from the pharmaceutical industry, then he can get this. So he's in the driver's seat. And a lot of the problems you have with privacy is not a problem if the patient decides to have this on his own. That's, for example, the migraine app. You can see how many days did I have the last 7 years, last 7 days, last 6 months. How often was sick leave? How often was his hospitalization? So all these data, you know, there are a lot of apps around, but The problem is there are millions of data. You have to have one platform or have platforms that can connect and interface. Otherwise, all these data are useless. And for AI, you need a lot of data points, of course, but that's the problem, and that's why we are doing this. And not just in Germany, now we have a cooperation with Switzerland, and you can have different apps, of course, but the data have to be pooled somewhere, and of course, secure pooling. So what want we do in the end? We want to connect everybody, of course. We want to connect the doctors, the clinics. We want to have the caregivers, of course. They can fill in other things that the nurse don't have to do. The pharmacies, of course, retail pharmacies. And then you have the whole thing, and then you have a view over the patient, a great picture. And in our system, the patient decides what doctor can see all these information. So you can say the dentist, no, the GP, yes, the neurologist, yes, and he decides who is able to see this data. Benefits for patient and doctors. Patients, we talked a lot about this. It's tailored. This platform is tailored for the individual patient. It's tailored by MS nurses or other nurses and the doctor and the patient. It's bidirectional, so the patient is in the team. That's very interesting and very crucial, because if you see all the studies, if you see at empowerment of stopping therapies, it's always a problem when the patient is not on the level, not in the team. We have, of course, a visualization of all the data. The patient doesn't see Excel tables, so he's visualizing graphics and so on. And we have this information system. And we have, next year, we have also these consulting via web. This means we can, if the patient doesn't have to come to the office, if he's doing well or has a problem now, I can't say come in 2 weeks and maybe I have time. No, then we have a special date where we do video monitoring, video consulting. That's new. We can do it in Germany now. Others do it longer before. For the doctor, it's an interaction. For the doctors, the patients love this. For the doctors, this is not easy, because the doctors are living in a completely other world. To share with others is not on congresses yet, but for the working, you have to change and leave your comfort zone. But if you have tried it, it's much better. You have, of course, if you have this, you are a doctor of the new world. You know, we have dinos, of course. We can do it like we did it the last 50 years, but this is the way it will be done in the next years. So start now. We started. And it's also for the MS, for the nurses and the doctors. If you try and do it, you have more time to do really coaching with the patient. Not just talking about what could be, and so you have this, the patient is in, and you have much more time for empathy and coaching. And this is far end. At the moment we have a project, pharmaceutical industry has this idea, and it's a very good idea. Why should the payers pay for medics, for drugs that don't work? So, at the moment, you pay for the drugs if they work or not. With our system, because we have diagnosis, you have to make sure the diagnosis is okay. Then You monitor the patient, and we are doing this with our database. Then you can say with authorities, what is good working? Is it no relapses, no seizures, nothing? Or is it half compared to before? Then you get 50% or 90%. Or if a patient is symptom-free after 1 year, or after 2 years, you get 100% or 120%. This is done also with PwC. And we are starting this up with BGA in Germany. Then you do smart contracts on these data points, and then it automatically gets to the health insurance company, and then it's going back after checking to the pharmaceutical industry, and they get paid. I think that's the new model that not now, maybe in the next 5 years, this will be done. So, and that is not just for neurology, of course. The system works in every field. So we are doing this with PwC, Pricewaterhouse and Coopers. Otherwise, we couldn't do this. You know, we are doctors, we have good ideas, we have visions, illusions, whatever. Sometimes we get grounded by the AI team. But in the end, this is very fruitful. We meet every month for 1 day, mostly 2 days, and do brainstorming, and out of this team, this comes. And this, of course, can be done everywhere, not just in Germany. But you need, of course, then dermatologists or others, or neurologists, wherever. And we can, of course, do the coaching because we have 11 years of experience with the doctors and with the system. And this is crucial. It's from doctors for doctors. That's a difference. If pharmaceutical industry is doing this, they have all the knowledge, you know, but then they decide after 2 years we are going out of the field. MS, that was good, but now we are doing hypertension, whatever. Then the whole thing is not usable anymore. So we think systems like this have to be neutral in doctor's hand and with no bias from outside. Because you can imagine if in our ranking of predictive modeling, if there, for example, Roche or Novartis is always on the top ranking, then we have a problem. So we don't want to have this bias. I'm done. Yeah, thank you. Open for questions.
All the way you were mentioning patients and doctors, but how about hospitals and clinics? For example, we visit a hospital, he give us some prescriptions to do or test or diagnosis, and then when you go to another doctor in another hospital, they will say we will start it over. So that's, I think it's a revenue model for the hospital or clinic. So with your application, you are like deleting some of this revenue model for the hospitals. So they how responded. The other question, is this application can be downloaded on the artificial intelligent robots, for example, like Sophia. Now she started to develop in America, in Harvard University. They started to prepare robots to take care of elder people in home, as home care, to give them the prescriptions, the medicine, and the all medication in time. So this application data, it can be transferred to this AI robots. Thank you.
First was the connection to clinics and ambulances. This is done by the right side I showed you. This is the electronic patient record. We are doing all these things in medication plans, MRIs, records. This is done by the patient, by the ambulance, or by the doctors in our network. The second was of course, it's transferable. Yeah, you know, the problem is now digitalization is all over. So everybody is doing with funding or whatever his own platform. That's nice, but in the end, we need you can do different platforms, but you have to have interfaces that you can communicate. So I don't know this exactly, I know others in Europe, and we are communicating. All these you see, the three we have, these are platforms from outside. So then you have to define the fields and that you can communicate. We would be glad to communicate with others, but we don't even know all the others. So this is a good stage for me to show you what we have. Maybe there are other platforms outside and we can connect together, do things together. Because we did this, maybe you have much better ideas, or you say, okay, this is good, but we have better ones. So,
yeah. So just want to know, this app and this application talks about the medication and the effect of medication, as well as the diagnostics which the doctor is doing on the patients. What about the environment in which the patient is living? Does it capture, because the environment in which the patient is living drastically affects the
yep.
health of the patient, the medication he is taking, the impact of the medication? How do you take care of that?
You think he's smoking, is he vegan, what is he eating, what is his family status, and things like that? Yeah. That's all in. That's all in, and this is, for example, the MS module has 274 different items. One is gender, of course, then state, marriage, divorced, because of the illness, and whatever. We catch this up, yeah, to get the whole picture. That's, yeah.
Hi, Dr. Bergman, over here. Hi. Sorry, I just wanted to ask you, so your module friend, it looks at, predictive diagnostic decision-making. As a doctor, a lot of the decisions that you make is based on data published in recognizable, journals or in databases such as, for example, Cochrane database. So how would Destiny, as a doctor, how would you know the predictive decision making?
Yeah.
How would you know which data it's using to make those decisions, so that you can then be more conscious about, the weightage of the decision?
All Cochrane, for example, all the others, or if you go to studies, you use RCT data. That's, RCTs are 1 year, maybe 2 years, very special clients. Has to have just MS or just epilepsy, nothing beyond. I think in the end, real world data for 10 years, but you have to make sure that the quality of real world data is top. If you can promise this, then I think that the real world data in the long run say much more for the patient in the long run than RCTs. But at the moment we have cooperation with 2 major pharmaceutical companies giving us all their RCTs. And then we can combine this and do this together.
Sorry, from what I understand, it basically means that isn't there a risk then? So let me just clarify. So from my understanding, as a medical student, we're always taught that RCTs, which you see in databases such as Cochrane, are your highest hierarchy of evidence, isn't it?
Yeah.
Whereas with the AI system, from what you've mentioned, the data is actually coming from pharmaceutical companies.
Yeah.
Now, my issue with that would be, is there any funding bias then in the data that's being provided? Is there any unknown bias towards a particular diagnosis, which would mean that a certain pharmaceutical company can then be like, oh, I can push this drug more? So how do I know that this is not an unbiased way of coming up with a diagnosis as a doctor?
Because, why? Because we have a lot of, I couldn't go to this, we have a lot of query functions, we have a lot of quality checks in our database that make sure that the data are okay. So, and there is thinking also in Germany and the EMA that the real world data are coming up and maybe not head to head with RCTs, but can be a part of the whole thing. I don't think that these data substitute RCTs, not at all. But I think making these together, and we have projects with EMA and authorities, you can do it much better and much cheaper for the pharmaceutical industry.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was the end of this session. All right, everyone. So 2 things. First of all, we're going to all have a beautiful photograph for the 3 conferences going on. So just at the entrance, it's going to be a very nice group photo. Then we're going to all head for lunch for 1-hour lunch break. And I'd also like to call upon for our next panel discussion, which would be about virtual care. I'd like to call upon Ruchi Dana, Pravach Day, and Chintan Sareen to be here by around 2 p.m. to make sure that we continue our fruitful panel discussions. Enjoy your lunch, and don't forget to go for the group photo before you head for your lunch. See you later. Bye. Hello? Ladies and gentlemen, hope you had a fantastic lunch break and networking. We'll be resuming very soon. I would love to ask you to take your seats to continue on to the next session with our panel discussion. So hopefully everybody had a good meal and enjoyed this time. Hello, everyone. Once again, I'd love you to take your seats so we can resume our panel discussion very shortly. Also, I'd like to call upon the panelists who are in the room to please have a seat in our panel discussion on the stage. Their names are, sorry, mic on. So whoever is in the room, we have Mr. Pravash Dey, Chintan Sareen, I can't read the copy actually. Chief, something in Chief US India Blockchain Council. Chintan Sareen, CEO and co-founder of Akad Labs. And Ruchi Dana, President and COO. And we have Martha Payar, founder and Group MD. And Bibin Babu. Last but not least, we have Anvita Varnche. I'd like to call upon those names to please have a seat on the stage so we can start our panel discussion, which is about virtual care. So who's left? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll resume with the session, and I believe our last panelist will be arriving soon, so you can start. You can go ahead.
Okay. Hi, I'm Ruchi. I did my MBBS from India and then my MD from India, and after that I was at Stanford for my MBA. And the reason for that was when I was in medical college, I was working on a lot of low-cost medical devices, but I never got the chance to actually commercialize those devices. I was happy with presenting papers, publishing papers, getting university grants to travel across the world and publish my papers. But even the best professors at medical colleges in India, they don't know anything about business. So that's the reason I went for my MBA. And at Stanford, there's a Stanford Biodesign program in which there are MBA students, PhD students, doctors, and engineers who come together and solve for unmet clinical needs. So that's when I got reintroduced to medical devices industry, and now we are investing into medical devices, mainly robotics and AI. So I'll pass it on to the panelists. Pravash, can you introduce yourself?
You hear me? Hi everyone. So myself Pravas, I'm actually heading the US India Blockchain Council. So just to give you a brief why blockchain and where the healthcare comes in, it's very much interrelated if you talk about the technology integration to the industry. So I started actually getting involved particularly in healthcare when I was doing my MBA, and we did a case study with NHS. Particularly when you talk about the PGs in UK, you have to go to first PGs, get the permission, and then after go to the NHS different hospitals. And it's very difficult to find who are the best hospitals available, who are the best practitioners are there, as well as getting the consultant who are free. And if you look at the UK ecosystem, so normally you are in the waiting time like 20-25 doctors till the time you get the appointment. So that is where we actually disrupted the the healthcare industry at NHS in the UK. And when I came back to India, I was involved in the startup policy of Gujarat. And there are a few startups I interacted what they are doing and how the technology can play a major role, particularly when we talk about streamlining the services or even talking about the transaction payment gateway, as well as getting the right kind of people. And that is where my focus is. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chintan Sareen, and I am the CEO and co-founder of Exceed Labs. We are a technology company based out of Dubai with our head office in Delhi. We have been in the tech domain since last 8 years and have been working in software development majorly since last 6-7 years. Intentionally, what we wanted to do was always work across different industries and domains, because generally technology companies of our size and scale usually focus at one particular industry. The big reason for that is that in today's world, technology or an innovation in one particular industry has a potential to be used in a different industry. So as of now, we are working in software development, and we have also since last 1 year been working on AI, ML, blockchain, as well as our in-house IoT and robotics division. Along with that, Exceed as a group has an investment wing where we do investments, and currently Dubai has a portfolio of around 21 investments that we have done. And on personal level, I have 7 investments across different industries. So yeah, that's me.
Hello everyone, I'm Anvita Washne. Hello everyone, I'm Anvita Washne. I am a co-founder of Dubai Angel Investors, which we seek to invest into early stage startups across MENA region, including healthcare. Previously, I was the ex-CEO of Dubizzle and OLX from Middle East and Africa. And prior to that, I'm co-founder of an e-commerce company called Lazada in Southeast Asia, and we exited to Alibaba, sold to Alibaba. And my background has been in technology. So I did my computer engineering from India and MBA from INSEAD Business School. And yes, I'm quite active also in investments along with Middle East and Africa into Southeast Asia and India too.
That's great. So, Anvita, why don't we start with you? Can you briefly talk about the main healthcare startups that you come across, and did you choose any to invest into?
Yes, absolutely. So what I see in healthcare startups is a few different kind of segments. So of course you have companies like, Practo, which is coming in terms of the doctor appointment and reservation, Haldify, in dietary and nutrition supplements, in delivering, medicines, on demand. So those kind of startups. But I also see a lot of startups which are a bit more deeply technical. If they are in some kind of clinical research or developing, robotics for complex operations. So it really varies. Some of them are more B2B, some of them are B2C, and one of the startups that I invested into recently is called Impact Guru. It's in India, which basically helps people like who don't have insurance to raise the crowdfunding for a complex surgery operation, which especially in developing markets, most of the people don't have health insurance. So once you raise the capital, the money straight away goes to the hospital directly. It never goes to the individual. So there's no leak in the system. And from the hospital perspective, they are able to get the funds to operate the patients. So it's a kind of like a system which works with the stakeholders like all the hospitals and institutions. For the people who cannot afford to go for all the surgical thing, they can get all the help. And for all the people who wants to do the charity, it's a foolproof system. So that's one of the startups that I recently did.
Excellent. Chintan, do you want to speak about some of the healthcare startups that you looked at?
Um, so for me, healthcare has always been very challenging as an investment opportunity because it's a highly regulated field, and I think a lot of people have faced a similar challenge. However, with the recent development in IoT and robotics, I have explored a couple of startups, and one of the startups we are just about to sign is in a robotic space. So it basically is a delivery system for hospitals where through robots and automation they are able to ensure that right kind of delivery happens, be it medicines, be it any equipment that needs to be delivered from point to point. So for me, majorly it has been in the IoT and robotic space where regulations don't play too much of, um, don't have too much of a role, and also because I don't understand the technicalities and the the back end working of how it is. So yeah, that's majorly my scope of what I'm looking at and what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, so basically, the two startups that we are involved right now in incubating and accelerating. So one of them is called eSwasthya, so which basically takes care of the prescription to digital, and pretty much it's a very simple technology where you can just scan the prescription, put it on the WhatsApp, and then after deliver it to all the stakeholders, so that the medicine, whatever the doctor prescribes, it goes from the pharmacy store to the end consumer. So if you look at the human cycle that has been involved, most of these delivery guys are not very much literate. So they just get the snapshot of it and they collect the medicine, they pay digitally, and then after it gets distributed. The second is, which is into blockchain space, Asli Medicine. So it's one of the blockchain startups, blockchain healthcare startups, which basically provides the authenticity of the product, particularly manufacturing of the drugs. If you look at India, there is a lot of counterfeits available, and you normally don't know where the manufacturing is happening, where the packaging is happening, and then after a whole supply chain. So when the end consumer gets, a lot of times it's not the right medicine, and sometimes it's very dangerous as well. So this is the past time we are actually trying to, get that very much in a systematic process of using blockchain. The second part is also the payment, and where you see as there are many stakeholders involved in the whole system, sometimes the payment goes 90 days more than that. So it's also getting the payment in a real time when the transactions takes place. That is where actually we are intervening the blockchain technology into the system.
Excellent. So, in the recent past, we have come across a lot of corporate VCs and strategic investors that are now trying to enter this space. So, since both of you are from like incubator, accelerator backgrounds, I would love to get your opinion on like what are the characteristics that you guys look for in startups, and how can corporate VCs help you out?
Yeah, so for our space, it's more of the validation of the idea. So there are a lot of ideas already there, but basically how you can get a proof of concept, how fast we can get it. So we do a lot of rapid prototyping by organizing hackathons. So the idea guy, the technology, even investors, marketing people, they come and they spend 36 hours under one roof. So they build a prototype. Then after we actually go to the industry and validate that, whether there is a scalability part is there, the technology they are using, is it the real time or is it the necessity next 4 to 5 years or 10 years down the line. Once we have all these tick boxes, then after obviously we go to the investor and say, okay, this has been tested and we need money go to market. But now if you look at India startup ecosystem, there is already money available through Startup India. So initially, almost like 5 to 25 lakhs, the government puts money so that they have a working prototype ready. And once they have that and they have some, market validation as well, they are in the market and they have some consumers signed up both paid and non-paid. Then after we go to investors and then after ask for the money for the go-to-market and scaling up.
So for early stage startups, usually it starts from friends and family kind of around, wherein they would accumulate some money from their friends and family to start working on the product and probably prepare a MVP. Um, the second stage of that would be, it usually happens through angel investors, through individual investors. So uh, one of the things that a lot of startups, we in fact, like I and Pravash work together on a lot of startups. And what we try to do is for early stage startups, we always look at a strategic investor rather than a guy who is just funding them. Because if you look at the background of 85% of the startups. So for example, in the MatCon session that we were having before this, somebody raised an important point that in India, according to a government survey, 81 startups fail and they collapse. So a big reason of that is because if you see a majority of these startup founders are those who maybe are straight out of college or have just 1 or 2 years of experience and want to do something of their own, which is good. But in the end, doing a startup is establishing a business, and there are a lot of elements to making up a business. It's just not about creating a product. It's about going to the market, creating the right brand strategy, creating the right product, doing extensive research, looking at associations, looking at how everything is going to work as a business. So we look at getting people who can strategically help these startups to evolve. They could be from a marketing background or from a sales background or from any background. But for us, it's more important that at an initial stage, there should always be a strategic investor who not just gives money, but also adds value to the business as a thing. And we have realized that out of, I think, 12 startups that we experimented this model on, 8 have actually started generating revenue. And it was very strange that 2 of them actually got onto a break within 6 months. So that's the kind of investment strategy that we implement on startups.
Sure. Anvita, since you have a background in investing in startups and it goes for a long time, what are the new trends that you're seeing in terms of investors like corporate VCs or like companies with revenue which are trying to share the revenue with the investors? What are the new trends that you're seeing these days, and what are your personal thoughts on these trends?
I mean, as such, trends come and go. It's less about trends, I would say. It's about really going into super niche and solving one particular problem. So one of the things that I've seen with the startups is that they try to boil the ocean, milk the sky, like do everything. And it's a massive problem. You just need to do one problem, right? Solve one problem. And it's really less about the idea or innovation. I would say that, like, you think that you have just came up with a great concept. It's really 90% about execution, and that's where one of the challenges that happens. So I don't know how many of you really know the Theranos story in the audience. It's one of the companies who came up with the invention in Silicon Valley that with the prick of the needle, they can do most of the blood test. And it caused, so much hype and vision and, from the founders' aspiration, in a lot of bubble around it, and the investors kept on pouring money, without seeing the fundamentals of the business. That is it even like, a valid model? Can it happen? And once it kind of reached to a multi-billion valuation, the whole bubble fell off because the product never existed. It was more that fake it till you can make it. So very important that you really understand, right, that you have developed something, first of all, not from what you think is a great idea, but the market needs it, and not try to change the consumer behavior. So for example, one of the startups I also invested into it was about, it's called WonderX, and it's about like when the doctors write the prescription, and everyone talks about data, right? In healthcare, HIPAA compliance and, having the healthcare information system. But there is no significant consolidation in the industry also yet, right? So this startup basically said like the doctors don't change the behavior. They still write with the handwriting, with the pen and paper, and you ask them to give them the iPads or tablets and write the prescription, it doesn't happen. So they develop like, smart pads, right? Which is exactly looks like paper. So whatever you're writing on the paper, it gets reflected back on the data side. So have a copy with the doctor as well as with the patient. You can even record what doctor said. So patient is not trying to kind of think through, okay, doctor said that like, I need to eat 2 tablets with this. So this is just the way that like, they said we cannot change the consumer behavior, but have to kind of adapt and develop something that people can adopt. So from all the, you talk about the VCs and CVCs, it's still healthcare is still in the basic stages. I wouldn't say that like, we go into robotics, AI, but there's still fundamental problems. You go to the hospitals, people are still writing, with pens. There's no consolidation of data, even in a developed market like in UAE. So it's still, we are in the basic stages. Someone like comes up with technology, ease out the process and efficiency, and has to go out through the whole adoption with different stakeholders, whether it's insurance providers, pharmaceutical companies, hospitals, several institutions who have to deal with to make these product viable. So it's really a lot about execution.
Sure. I think the lady in the blue top, she had a question.
Boy.
She raised her hand first. Sorry, sir. For me personally, I make sure to mention this on almost every panel that I go to. I won't ever touch e-cigarettes or cannabis. And there are a lot of startups that are coming up in this space. And there's a lot of money in those businesses, but that's something that's against my ethics and morals, and I would never touch like anything related to addictions, tobacco, e-cigarettes, cannabis, even if it's medical marijuana, but I'm strictly against that. So that's my rule.
I think your question is also can mean that, I think, Ruchi, you are actually the right person. So for example, you're developing those robotics kind of machines to do surgery, right? Now, if the surgery fails, all people are coming up with, right, those automated things, right? So what do you do? Who takes the liability in this case? Is the technological provider? Is the doctor, institution? So in that case, if something goes wrong, what happens?
So for that particular issue, what we've done is that in almost all the medical devices company that I see, there's a medical insurance that's involved, and that really takes care of a lot of the business. So like before going into clinical practice, we have to have a medical insurance in place so that if there's any liability, it's the insurance company that has to take care. But again, like we have to make sure to abide by the rules and regulations of the government and the best practices involved. Sure, I think Anvita will answer that, but before that, I think Pravash, you had a concept about blockchain in the pharma industry, right? Maybe you can speak about that.
Yeah, so basically, answering to your question, how basically ethics we can tap. So one is area where you can actually use blockchain technology to basically track everything right from the beginning, from the consultation to prescription to, even the specialist when they are actually looking at the patient and all these things. So that is one thing. The second thing is also the medicines being used in the right manner, and it has been given in a particular time. That's the end consumer wants. So that's the second part. But the most important is actually the technology intervention, who is taking responsibility in the real time. And most of the time when there is complexity in the healthcare, at every level, you need to track it. That is where the technology can help. Also in terms of you're talking about the right people. So now there is also, professional courses like MBA in healthcare. So people not only from MBBS or MD background doing the, professional doctor program coming to the profession, but they are also management students who have no idea of healthcare. They have been part of the ecosystem as well. And that is where we actually create a stakeholder ecosystem.
Yeah, I think I will try to attempt to answer your question. You're absolutely right that healthcare is the only field where the stakes are much higher, because something goes wrong, you are playing with life and death. If, let's say you were into shopping and there is an image matching algorithm, you buy a similar dress, nothing happens even if the accuracy in the AI is 90%. But if you take the same thing in medical devices and if you are 90% accuracy, it is the patient's life at the stake. And you're absolutely right that because of this risk, what happens is that, from a mindset of the investors, it's also about the return on investment, right? I invest into your company, I expect some returns. And one of the factors is speed to the market. So most of the times investors would keep on pushing the companies, grow revenue, go top line, increase the number of users, increase the number of transactions. But in medical side, and when it comes to investment, you cannot do that. You cannot roll out a product in the market as being a responsible stakeholder or investor if you're not sure of the accuracy to up to, almost 100%, because the liabilities that come with it, is much higher than just losing your capital. So this is a field where, in terms of clinical research, drugs, medical devices, the cycle is much longer. So in the healthcare, you have to be patient that you are investing into it. It can turn out with the probability really wrong. It will also take a long time. But if it comes up, it's really going to be one of those inventions.
So, Manish again. The comment earlier made was 80% of the startups fail. Yeah? I would like to seek a clear differentiation between a startup, MVP, and a product. I think these mushroom development houses, with all due respect, they're pushing the clients, young entrepreneurs, towards this is the MVP. You can go there, and then there will be phase 2, then there will be somewhere we'll do the monetization, and then you will have the right product. So are we really talking about 80% of the startups fail, or actually the startup was not ready to be a product which will be adding value to unmet need in the marketplace? So the 80% value actually came from somebody in the MatCon part of the event, and the discussion was basically more focused as how businesses are evolving now. So what we need to understand is, if we talk about technology space, a lot of startups that are being done by people who are themselves developing the products. When you talk about responsibility of who is responsible and who can define whether your product is MVP, it is usually the client who himself decides until he's part of an incubation part. Like, for example, what Pravash does. At an incubator level, there is a team of people who basically come from different industries, and like I said, it is very important to have somebody from that industry's experience to become part of that startup on a consultation level, on a mentorship level, so that they are able to help them and define what will work and at what point of time you should go to the market. But a majority of startups actually fail, in my understanding and in my experience, because they are always in too much of hurry to go to the market, because a lot of people just do startups from a perspective of a gameplay. So I'll just give you one example. I met somebody from IIT in Bangalore a couple of months back, and this guy came to me and said, I have a valuation of $5 million or something like that, and it's on an idea stage. So I will make a web page tomorrow, I will give you the web page, we'll launch tomorrow, if you give me a 5 million valuation. So a lot of people actually are themselves in a hurry to go to the market because their intention is to just raise funds rather than making something valuable and something reasonably right. So it's a very gray area in that kind of a thing, why startups fail. There could be a number of reasons to that. Follow on comment on there. Say, in last 10 years, should we move away from this concept of MVP? I don't think so, which have minimal word in it, have anything to do to disrupt the market, because you are putting the minimal effort actually to a product to make somehow look it's viable or it will survive.
Yes, you're right. But you also have to look at when do we go into MVP. So if we are doing a startup or we get early stage association with them, we don't talk about MVP. We talk about making a product right. And then when we think it's right, it's perfect, is then when we go to the market. MVP usually comes when there is a third guy who is investing into a company where the owners or the entrepreneurs themselves have no stake in it, and he has invested in money. So for him, it is important to know whether I'm investing in the right stage, because a lot of investment deals happens in a way where there is a sequential investment that happens. So that is where majorly the MVP play comes in. If that doesn't happen, if I am investing, for example, if I have my own startup and I am investing my own money, I will always want to make it perfect before going to the market.
MVP is minimal viable product. And
Correct.
think about it's not against you, it's actually in favor of you. Because when you develop a product, it takes time, it takes money.
Yeah.
If you would develop a perfect product and then go out in the market, and if the market does not need it, you would lose everything. In the development, in startup world, it's always about iterations. So developing a minimal viable product that you would go and test it with few people. That's why we have alpha, beta launch, then have with close family and friends, and then with let's say first 1,000 users. Because from the actual response, you will be able to iterate the product and not what you think is best. From your own concept, that this is the best product. You have to develop the product from the market. So that's why people say that, if you are an entrepreneur, it's better to develop only MVP and try and test and launch it before you go out and spend a year in developing the perfect product, which probably no one would need. And then you would have wasted all your money or time and then try to raise the money in the market. If the minimal viable product shows you some signs of traction, market need, then, investors feel the confidence, you feel confident, and then you can further put in the effort, time, and money.
So I will be.
Sorry, sir.
No.
You've been asking questions since morning. I've been noticing
Can
that.
I just make one comment?
Yeah.
I am Dr. Buch from Baroda, Gujarat, India. I am a user. I am a medical doctor. I am a user, and I have been using all my OPD patient data from 1988 are online. So that is one, that penetration is required, but not many are doing it. Second thing is that we hold a healthcare IT conference, HITCon, HITCon. And in that, we had invited 10 healthcare startup teams. And out of that, the first one that we gave as a jury, the prize, those boys from Gulbarga, 4 engineers, they came and they told me after a year that, sir, with this certificate and a minimal amount of appreciation of 30,000 rupees, they have done a business of $200,000 from the world. Now, this is a team from Gulbarga. So what I'm trying to tell you is, I am on the ethics committee in a university with 30,000 students. So the ethics part, the data part, the computation part, the AI part, and those boys have done the artificial intelligence in ECG diagnostics. So what they have done is 200 ECG diagnosable diseases, 98% correct compared to DM cardiology in any part of the world or country. And where did they get the money maximally from unexpected corner is from the cruises all over the world. Because a patient getting a chest pain on the cruise and has to be shifted by air, and that is costing them, one sortie was costing $15,000. And now it is one ECG machine which you can hold in your hand. Even I have purchased. What I'm telling you is that all things are happening. Let us not be pessimistic that doctors do not use. The percentage is very small. But to defend everybody, the ethics part is very correct. The artificial intelligence in dengue, without doing a dengue antigen, is helping us a lot. We are working with biotechnology. What you are talking about when you are starting new, it is incubator. The newborn child is in incubator. We have pediatric intensivists. But once it comes out of the incubator, my team, 22 programmers, 2 of them are currently in COVID. This week, it will get over 6 weeks. That is accelerator. So what I mean is that all these things are important to discuss and then implement after the conferences are over. The positive results are available, and I don't know of a single doctor in India or in USA who has not taken an ECG and has earned $200,000. But these 4 boys have earned. So if the idea has to be strong, the implement has to be consistent, and it should not be greed. It should be willingness to help the society and the patients. Thank you.
That's a very good note. We'll conclude the panel on this note. Thank you so much, Doctor.
I'd just like to make a comment. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice today. I'm Mona Hyatt from Nexus Technology, and I guess I'm going to concur with my learned colleague over there, and I just wanted to make a comment about ethics. If I was an investor sitting in your shoes, I certainly wouldn't want to be interested in investing in a healthcare organization that hadn't fulfilled its due diligence or had done their homework around R&D. And actually, the whole point of investing in a healthcare organization is that you have a series of clinicians who are going to be taking clinical accountability for the startup and what they're going to be delivering. So actually, I wouldn't want our investor to be getting involved in the ethics to a minutiae degree. Part of what you're investing in is the expertise of the company, not just what the product, not just the product of what the company is delivering. So I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for this amazing session. This is the end of the Q&A. Thank you, our panelists. A big round of applause. Once again, a big thanks for our investors for taking time out of their very busy schedules and sharing valuable insights with all of us here. And the audience interaction is always fantastic. Now, moving on to a very important topic in the healthcare industry. It is estimated that more than 415 million people are living with diabetes. That's a huge number, obviously. The figure is expected to rise to 642 million people living with diabetes worldwide by 2040 because of simply unhealthy lifestyles that are just becoming the norm worldwide. To brainstorm solutions to this, I would like to welcome on stage our keynote speaker, Dr. Pramod Tripathi, founder of Freedom from Diabetes Private Limited. Give him a big round of applause, and he will shed light on the topic. Reversing diabetes and lifestyle disorder. This is the topic for the next session.
Thank you. And it's a joy to be here. We've been working on this particular topic and problem for the last 6 years from Pune, which is close to Mumbai in India. Have around 6,000 plus diabetics who are free of medications and insulin already. 4 research papers published. Very heavy use of technology because you need to get the sugar levels daily and adjusted daily. So let me take you through a short presentation about the results. Maybe 30-40% of the time I would just focus on the results and the research papers, and around 50-60% of the time on why the results are flowing so at a mass level. Why are we able to handle diabetics with such big numbers month on month? So that's going to be the overall orientation. I would need the, thank you very much. And here we go. So where do I point this? Where's the laptop? Can we go to the next slide? Background-wise, I've passed out from the Government Medical College, which is BJ Medical Pune, which is one of the top 10 institutes in India. And I was just looking at the credentials of Dr. Dana. Something similar happened to me after my medicine. I didn't enjoy regular medical practice, so it's not mentioned here, but I did a full-time MBA from SIBM. Parallelly, I went through some interesting courses on yoga and Ayurveda, Reiki, pranic healing, Brahma Vidya, art of living, Vipassana. Any and every teacher who would give me an insight of how the human system works, I've been open to it for the last, 46 years of my age. And all this background experience has helped me to integrate, and there's a whole team, there are 80 members in our team, to create something that is working well right now. So let's keep moving ahead. So let's take just a few minutes on the 4 papers so that you get an idea of how things have moved. I'll try and move from simple to complex. So from very simple results to larger results. Let's just keep going ahead. First paper, which was in a way the 3rd paper we published. Let's go to the next slide. It's a simple case report of an individual. I'm just moving from one person to 450 people, okay? Diabetes usually comes along with BP tablets, cholesterol tablets, central obesity, sometimes even heart attacks and other problems. So this was published in Elixir International Journal regarding the impact of FFD. FFD is freedom from diabetes in the reversal of degenerative debilities caused by diabetes and metabolic syndrome. Let's go ahead. The person involved here is the head of biochemistry lab. Next slide, please. Okay. And what is being shown is something very commonly known. Now, we all know reversing diabetes happens largely. If you still don't know, then maybe it's time to just look up the net and look up the videos. And there are many, many doctors who are doing wonderful work in this. So weight coming down, A1C coming down, grade 3 fatty liver normalizing, a variety of medications going off. And the interesting thing which we've done is we've created, look, human beings are goal-oriented animals. So we've created a fire in diabetics to pass glucose tolerance test, okay? And this year we had 107 people who cleared the GTT. And there was a big felicitation where the president of RSSDI, Dr. Banshi Shabu, also came. So this person has been passing the GTT, which involves consuming 15 teaspoons of sugar. It's very difficult for an ex-diabetic to consume 15 teaspoons of raw glucose and still have normal sugar levels. And there's a whole army of such ex-diabetics who have done it. So he cleared the GTT. He's cleared it once. He's cleared it 5 times. For the last 5 years, he's been clearing the glucose tolerance test. Let's go ahead to the next slide. Let's move a little fast because, yeah, these are not the major things. But yes, 17 kg weight loss, waist coming down, BMI, visceral fat, HbA1c to 5.3, liver status grade 3 normal. Let's move. This is the name of the person, 47 years young, 14 years of diabetes, free of medicine in 10 days. 10 days, 14 years diabetic, okay? And he's cleared it 5 times. I've not updated the slide as yet. So this is the first very simple case. And of course, his cholesterol is normalized. His obesity, he was about to be put on BP tablets, which got avoided. Okay, let's keep moving ahead. Where do I point this so that I get the best results? Second is a case series. Now, this is important. We have heard that once a diabetic goes on an external insulin, 70% of the beta cells are dead, and the person can never clear glucose tolerance test. So in this particular study, we particularly took those diabetics who had 10 plus years of diabetes. 2 of them were on external insulin. All of them were type 2 diabetics. And what happened to all of them? Let's go ahead. Next slide. So 6 of them, 10 plus years diabetes, 2 on external insulin, or cleared the glucose tolerance test. I don't know if it's visible from far, but we've taken the range from 46 years young male with 12 years diabetes to 80 years young male with 23 years of diabetes. Some of them were on simple metformin. Some of them had almost 3 or 4 molecules. A couple of them had insulin. They were a varied range. Some of them got free in 2 weeks, and some of them took almost 26 weeks to become free. And this is the duration for the time for which they were free. So this is the time frame for which they were free of medications. All of them cleared glucose tolerance test. Their numbers are here, and it's been a joy to kind of see this kind of a result. That's the second paper. Third, I'm taking a little bigger paper in terms of number of people involved. Here, around 389 people participated. Let's go ahead to the next slide. Yeah, 386 people were a part of the study, out of which 259 completed the study. And we had the repeat tests, full battery of biochemistry investigations run with anthropometric measurements, fat, muscle, etc. And what all we saw with them, with HbA1c, OHA, and insulin reduced. Let's go ahead. Move. Yeah. So what did we see? We saw that in visit 1, there were 170 of them on OHAs, and on visit 2, 65 of them went off OHAs. OHAs, oral hypoglycemic agents. Those who were on insulin, there were some type 2 who were only on insulin, not on OHAs. Out of 15, 11 of them went off insulin completely, and 65 of them who were on OHAs and insulin, an incredible 44 of them went off insulin and OHAs both. Okay, so we had a good 120 people going off OHAs and insulin in toto. And if you look at the glycemic status, it was below 7 for more than 50% of them. It was below 7 for more than 50% of them, which was a pretty satisfactory result. Okay, so that was because of something called as the intensive reversal program, which goes on for a full year. And we've used online big time. People right now, every month we are having 500 plus diabetics joining the program, and they're doing the program from the US, from Malaysia, from Hong Kong, wherever they are, through the whole online platform. It's a very interesting possibility for scaling up. Okay, so this is the third paper. Let's go to the fourth one, the last paper, and then I want to share why are the results happening at such mass level. This is a residential program, not very scalable, very difficult to scale up because it involves intense human energies. But people come and stay with us. People from 25 countries have come and stayed with us near Pune at a facility for a 7-day transcendental residential program, as it's called. And very interesting results within 8 days. So let's move ahead to the next part. It's gone to, 485 patients are there in this particular study. Within 7 days, weight has reduced, fasting PPF reduced, and reduction in dependency on the medications also. So statistical parameters have been run, and you can go through the papers. They are all on our website, freedomfromdiabetes.org. The links to those, you can go to the respective publications and go through them in detail of what's happened to the metformin, to the insulin, to the gliclazide, etc., etc., etc. The paper before this took us almost 2 years plus to publish, and now we are becoming better and better at publishing papers. The recent one which is being sent is of 306 nephropathy patients, kidney problem patients who have experienced dramatic reversals. Okay, so this much is for the results. Let's move ahead. Before TRP, out of 142, 70 went off insulin, and out of 457, 155 went off tablets. So 30% approximately people went off tablets, and around 50% people went off insulin. Okay, great. Proof of reversal is many. There are people who are clearing it, like Lakshman, who's a CEO with a IT company. 12 years diabetes, 7 days gone. So from 53 years to 80 years. I think let's just move this part fast. You can go through a lot more videos. We have 1,200 plus video testimonials of people who have become free. How do I make this go? Long-term proof. It's not only one time people are becoming free. There are people becoming free for years, and many of them have been clearing it for the last 5 years also. Okay? Let's move. These are the yearly photographs which people love to be a part of, where they get a medal for clearing glucose tolerance test. So once a year there's excitement. It's called Muktotsav, the festival of freedom, and they come in big numbers. A lot of celebrities and doctors come for this. So last 4 years we've been running this. My vision is to get 200 people to clear GTT next year, 500 the year after that, 1,000 by 2022. 1,000 people clearing glucose tolerance test in 2022, and now it's taken 6 years to kind of really incubate and get into the acceleration mode. It's taken time to make the product or the service work. So overall data is huge, 5,000 plus free of medicines, 2,000 plus free of 10 plus kgs of body weight, even hypertension tablets. Now this is the major part. Results are there, it's all over YouTube and Facebook, you can go through, and the research papers. Why is this happening? I want everyone to learn, understand, connect with this part. Okay. Number one is there's a lot of strong education on insulin resistance and involvement of the entire family. Because the typical problem with diabetics is that they might give up the milk tea or the breakfast, which is a typical poha, upma, idli, dosa kind of a breakfast, but the family members continue to have the same thing in the morning. And it's very difficult to sustain a change in the family if the others feel they are normal and the problem is only one person. So our whole ethos has been on 3 simple words, and they are educate, inspire, and support. Okay, and we've really been able to take it forward such that every family member, if he or she does the fasting insulin course, so we encourage family members to get their blood test done, do the fasting insulin score. If it's above 4, we tell them you're also a diabetic for us. Practically, you're a diabetic for us. Basically, you're secreting more insulin, keeping your sugars normal, but that's cheating. And it may show up in you in terms of obesity, or let's say thyroid, or PCOD, or acanthosis, which is very common in youngsters. You have teenagers with, black necks. And the moment you make them relate, oh my God, yes, that even we are having problems in the entire family of insulin resistance, maybe one of our family member has become a diabetic, then the whole family starts doing the right things in terms of diet and exercise. So we've been spending a lot of good time on that. There is a huge focus on action learning and application of adult learning principles, which they don't teach you in medical college. They hardly teach you in MBA also. Thanks to all my experience between 2000 to 2012 of working with corporates and working with their health and stress management programs, doing train the trainer programs, I understood that human learning, adult learning itself is a science. It's a huge science. You need to take them through thinking levels, you need to take them through application levels and stuff like that. So we use a lot of these principles in the program designs, because of which the implementation is really good. Then what we also do is, we don't give one diet for life or one exercise for life. We are an evolving organization. What we did maybe 6 years back, maybe some of the base fundamentals are similar, but what we are doing practically in terms of day-to-day applications is very different now. Okay, so we'll say, okay, 4 weeks just do this much, another 4 weeks just do this much, because the moment they start, the issue is, I'll have to follow this for my whole life. So can I never have normal food? Okay, till I become disciplined, I remain free. Then when I not become disciplined, what happens to me? So to just counter that kind of futuristic problem which they create for themselves, you create a proper phase-wise plan, which is easy to adhere to, which we take them through adjustment phase, then acceleration phase, then some muscle building, inner transformation phase, and independence phase. So there's a very beautiful phase-wise adherence plan for diet and exercise through monthly group sessions. So earlier we had a 3-month program, then we had a 6-month program, now we have a year program. In the year's program, we used to have 4 group sessions first, then we made it 6. Now we make it 12. So every month there's a group session, and we find that human beings by nature, when it comes to change, they are very dependent on the human energy itself, which comes from somebody else as a teacher, or somebody they have faith in, or within themselves, or from their family. So the group sessions are very, very powerful. And now with technology, we are able to cater to the entire world. They get beamed live across the entire world. And there's support through group chat. So we've got app managers. A lot of new posts are created. I mean, one of the biggest thing was in technology, we spend a lot of money. Till now, we spent more than 2 crore Indian rupees in technology, and a lot of it was mistakes. A lot of it was mistakes. Like, we invested in something which we didn't kind of get proper results with. But overall, it's been great now, because the way technology is working, the interaction is working, is phenomenal. We've got app managers who work from 6 a.m. in the morning to 10 p.m. at night, answering their queries, because we work in batches. We find batches works better than working individually. You need to put them into a group, give them a belongingness to a group, and let the group kind of take over, let the peer pressure build up. And you keep publishing every week. In this last week, from your group, 35 people have become free. In your week, in the last week, another 10 have become free, and that creates very healthy shift within themselves. And you need to have an integrated approach. We all know it, we talk about it. Somehow we've been able to practically demonstrate it now. We've got a team of doctors and mentors are amazing. Mentors are past participants who work free of charge. That's the interesting part. We've got 150 mentors. Some of them are like corporate CEOs also, who work free of charge in the first 2 months for getting the new people on board and get their queries resolved. And that works beautifully. So doctors are there, mentors are there, dietitians, exercise, stress experts. Everybody else is paid except mentors. And that brings in a very good value in the whole thing. And I think one of the reasons why things are moving the way they are moving is because the whole team knows, even our driver knows that by 2022, we need to get 1,000 people on stage for GDT, 100,000 people in that particular program. So the vision is very clear, the direction is solid, the values are superb, and there's a huge intention for genuine reversal. And that is what is hitting people, because people can see the truth. They can read you through your words, through your demeanor, everything. We learn much more about individuals by what they not speak, what you don't speak, but what you really are. So that has really reached people. And the protocols are revolving around the basics. There'll be a diet protocol, there'll be an exercise protocol. There's a very powerful inner transformation protocol which actually creates a shift in their grief, in their anger, and in their worries. Okay, and a very, very strong protocol for this, thanks to, again, dabbling into NLP and emotional stuff, reevaluation, co-counseling, and many other programs, okay? And of course, the medical part has to go hand in hand. So there's a basic diet, there's an intensive diet, there are 4 phases to it. There's a muscle building phase, because if you just go low calorie, okay, low carb, which is what is happening in reversing of diabetes, it's definitely working, it's useful, but only till a certain level. After a certain level, the BMR goes down, basal metabolic rate goes down, the person starts adjusting with a lower calorie diet and cravings come in. So you need to shift. This is a much more aggressive diet. There's juice feasting, intermittent fasting over here. That's an adjustment diet. Sorry. But then you put them onto a muscle building program of change in exercise, and you actually build a proper diet for that, and then you go into maintenance. Phase 1 diet has no milk products, if possible, no animal products. And there's a lot of science. There are 7 causes of insulin resistance. If anybody is interested, you can join on our online program, which is going to be on 19th of December, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. India time, so that you get a full, thorough drill down of what the whole thing is. This is a phase 1 diet. There's a green smoothie. We avoid grains till lunch in the first phase because grains are 80% carbs. And there are some nuts and seeds, and there's a 25% principle in meals where the grains, dal, sabzi, and salad is equal. Then they go into the juice feasting, intermittent fasting, cleansing diet, and muscle building. In terms of exercise, they'll do basic exercises. Then there are a lot of yoga-based cleansing exercises called Dauti Kriyas. So India is rich in a lot of Ayurveda and naturopathy and yoga. So all that can be integrated in a step-by-step fashion rather than making them do everything at one go. And then you do the intensive exercises here and maintenance part. So we have our own set of basic exercises evolved over a period of time. We describe our organization as a castle of 50 innovative rooms. Okay, we describe our organization as a castle, a huge castle of 50 innovative rooms. There, every room, every small thing has been an innovation. Some things we learned from here, some things we learned from there. Then we kind of made some things of our own and made it happen. So world's best warm-up, it's one of the rooms. I invite all of you to go for the world's best warm-up exercise by Dr. Pramod Tripathi on YouTube. You will love it. It's again an innovation. It's a combination of 4 different exercises, which for a diabetic is really interesting to begin their day with. Super Brain Yoga is from the pranic healing tradition. Chair Surya Namaskar is from S. Vyasa, Bengaluru. Very powerful, simple exercise which gets the things moving inside the body. And contrary to the popular belief that diabetics should walk for 45 minutes, we drill down to them that in the first phase, not to walk beyond 20 minutes. Because if they walk more, they burn more calories, they feel more hungry, and that itself starts creating the problem. So they get to understand the reality in a very different way. So that's the first phase. And we also insist on after meal exercises for the first 4 weeks, which would either be stair climbing, which brings down their sugars 30, 50, even 80 points within 5 or 10 minutes. So if you keep the measurement going itself, it creates a lot of motivation. So they keep measuring the sugar levels before and after exercises at times. The sugars are dropping down. They're motivated to do it more and more. Those who have knee problem get the nitric oxide dump or some other exercises. So after meal, again, is very addictive for people because they have to just do it for 4 weeks. That's the basic set of exercises. Then you go for the yogic kriyas, for the top, for the middle, and the bottom of the body. Very, very interesting ones. And then you get into some resistance band first, which you can do it at home, or light weights, or then hit a gym, depending on the patient profile, and that's when our exercise expert comes in play. First 2 phases have similar exercises, third phase onwards there's much more customization and individualization. And maintenance is pretty easy. Overall focus is to clear GTT. We call something called as metabolic flexibility. Okay, at will, a diabetic should be able to consume, let's say, 10 jalebis. Jalebi is a very Indian favorite Indian savory. So they should be able to eat that, keep their sugars below 140. That's the first sign of metabolic flexibility. 10 jalebis, okay, 10 sweets at one go below 140. Second is fast at will. If you tell the diabetic you can't get food for the next 48 hours, he should be able to do that. Okay, that's the second sign of metabolic flexibility. And third is, at will, the person should be able to run for 5 or 10 kilometers, depending on their age. So 3 criteria are drilled down into them, and they start taking ownership for that. Okay, I need to do this. And that's what happens in terms of the focus. In a transformation, the third protocol is focusing on first releasing the negative energy, because almost 35 to 40% of diabetics, before they got into diabetes, they have a strong history of somebody passing away in the family, okay, or some divorce or some financial problem, some kind of a significant stressful event for 6 months to 1 year, almost 35 to 40% diabetics. And you need to teach them processes which actually release that. And we use applied kinesiology or muscle testing in front of people. They actually do, they come on the stage, we check with the muscles go weak when they are stressful, we make them undergo the whole brain, whole heart meditation, we call them back again, we check with the muscles, and they're surprised that actually their stress levels have gone off of that particular incident, and they're feeling lighter, visually they are better, muscle-wise they're better. So we've got 3-4 processes for releasing stress. We've got 3-4 processes for goal setting. Goal setting itself, whether corporate or non-corporate, is not understood well. How to really channelize the inner mind, the unconscious mind, to charge up to achieve the goals is a learning in itself, okay? And we kind of do some really advanced processes for that, which helps them. And we've got a very powerful 28-day inner transformation process, which they do every day morning. So this is all done in the third phase, not the first 2 phases. First 2 phases is basic diet, basic exercise, cleansing diet, and some degree of intensive diet and cleansing exercises. Third phase, you start getting into emotional stuff. Okay, but that's the time they're ready for it, because usually within 2 months we have almost 25 to 30% people free from that particular batch of 300 or 500 people. And they sit at home, they go through the meditation, they go through the practices, and when we call back and ask for raise of hands, how many of you are feeling a difference in your anger, your confidence, your irritation, your grief, there's a huge response. Almost 80-90% people actually experience a shift in that. More papers will be published on this also as we move along. Medical protocol is also very powerful. Again, it's evolved over a period of time. We make them undergo tests which they may not have done for last 20 years or so while they were a diabetic. Because even many endocrinologists or diabetologists are not looking at all the parameters which we need to look at from a reversal perspective. So there's a unique combination of tests. You look at your fat and muscle, give them some supplements which may be relevant, which they can pick up over the counter from anywhere in the world, and make them report on the app. The most powerful thing which we've done is make them report daily on the app and give a dedicated doctor to them. So there are a set of tests like fasting, insulin, HSCRP for the resistance, the diabetes status. We find almost out of every 8 people, this is very interesting, out of every 8 diabetics, 3 diabetics already have a kidney problem. Out of every 8, 3 of them. The urine microalbumin is high, but they have never measured urine microalbumin, and it's very important to measure this. So we kind of just do that, give some vitamin D, B12, depending on the needs, and we all know people are low on that, some iron if required. And there are 7 stages that people go through of reversal. In the first stage, sugars reduce. Second stage, medicines reduce. This happens in days. This starts happening in weeks. And within 3 months, you will have almost 40 to 45% of every batch becoming free of medications. Some of them maybe with more than 6.5 A1C, some of them less than that. This may take a longer time, 6 months to 9 months, and a smaller percentages pass GTT. Some of them reverse complication, and some of them reach a very high degree of metabolic flexibility, as I mentioned earlier. Okay, reversal is a fact, so let's learn more and be blessed by thousands who will be free. And our number to be in touch with is +91 has to go over there, and 77760 offices are there in Pune. Mumbai is picking up. Ahmedabad is just established. And I'm open to questions from the audience. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello,
Yes, please.
my name is Marilyn Giliana, and I'm exercise and health specialist.
Wow.
Mostly I'm specialized in obesity.
Okay.
As it is our future, I would say, enemy. Everybody is getting obese. This is the world that we are going through. And I wanted to ask you, it's wonderful what I've seen, heard, and read. We call it in Europe coaching, what you did. And I'm working here in the UAE in educational institution with local students. I have 2,300 female students, and I'm facing big challenges with trying to persuade them to change their lifestyle. And I think you know it's a hot country and movement is really decreased here.
Correct.
My question was, I've wrote here some comments. I wanted to hear a little bit about your challenges with those groups of people. Usually challenges are the commitment, the motivation,
Correct.
and the cost, because you can't go putting them with this, I would say, few level of exercise or movement and achieve the miracle of being free from insulin, yeah, in 3 months or in 1 week or in 10 days. And I also wanted to hear about the nutrition, what those people are eating through this period, what
Correct.
they are doing. Education is major factor.
Correct.
And I'm with you. I want to work with you. I want to cooperate with people like
Sure,
you.
sure. So for the first part of your question, very interesting, the challenges. The challenges are directly proportional to the orbit in which they've got stuck. I repeat, the challenges are direct proportions to the orbit in which they've got stuck. Now the orbit is linked, is quite a complex thing. The orbit is linked to many things. The way they've programmed themselves to, the timing of getting up, to what they eat, to the people with whom they kind of talk and exchange, and the kind of emotions they radiate every day. So every human being, though we have numbers and big numbers, I'm yet to meet 2 diabetics who are the same, because everybody is so unique. So the orbit which they've got stuck in, which is linked to them, their own habits, their own thinking, their own emotions, plus their family's view of things, okay? And what they've grown up with as a family. Like let's say you're working here in UAE, and I'm sure the challenges are much more, because let's say animal food is much more, for an example, okay? So the whole family has got into a certain way of thinking and feeling about the food, and they enjoy that kind of the food which has been with them for a long period of time. So the challenges typically emanate from that. The way we've been able to counteract that is, first is enroll them for a 1-year process. Okay, you give them a 2-hour session, which is very comprehensive of what can they expect to happen with the phase 1 diet and exercise. If you don't like the whole thing, take the phase 1, enjoy. Go on your own, we don't have any issue. But get them into a 1-year process. That's the first step. Make them commit for that. Number 2 is give them a phase-wise plan which is easy to digest. Easy to digest. You tell them, okay, in the phase 1, you just have to do so much of diet and exercise. In the phase 2, you just have to do so much. And in that process, what you do is you get the motivation up with personal results and group results. Yes, please.
You said put them into the 1-year commitment. My question was the commitment.
Yes.
How you put a person in a commitment in diversity world?
Look,
Like, I don't know if your city or that place, they should be, I don't know how, so motivated to do so, and it's incredible. My biggest challenge with Europe and current country is the commitment.
Correct. So commitment again has levels. One is a financial commitment. I've paid for the 1-year program. But that doesn't guarantee my behavioral commitment that I will follow what you tell me to follow. Correct. So the behavioral commitment comes from the attachment one has to one's current lifestyle and what one's family does and the orbit that one is stuck up in. So to counteract that, what you do is you make them a part of a group and give them a phase-wise adherence plan. Okay, for first 4 weeks, you have to just do this much. Just this much. And for diabetics, it's very easy because they are measuring sugars. And everybody wants to go off tablets and insulin. Nobody wants to remain on that. So unlike obesity here, the benefits are like much more. So the moment they're measuring sugars and reporting to us daily, they report to us daily, they're seeing the effect of the phase 1 plan. Okay, phase 1 plan diet, phase 1 plan exercise. Like a simple thing like climbing stairs. You make a diabetic climb stairs 1 hour 45 minutes after a meal, the sugars drop by 30 or 50 points. And the commitment comes in. The commitment comes from pain or pleasure. The commitment comes from pain or pleasure. If I'm getting pleasure doing something which is much more powerful than the pain that I would go through, whatever the pain is, then the commitment increases. So you make it very simple. Chunk it. Make it a part of the group. Let the results be seen everywhere. Get them to meet after every month in group sessions. Get them the new learning after 1 month. So juice feasting, intermittent fasting is the next thing which we need to do. Then we put up a competition of who is the one who fasts the longest. So we have the record right now from one of the batches is 216 hours. So for 9 days, the person hasn't eaten something substantial. There would be some water, there will be some green tea, but no real food. So when you have a group which is competing within the group, that, okay, I have done a 48-hour fast, immediately somebody's putting on the group, okay, I have done a 60-hour, I have done a 72 hours, and there's a result flowing with it. You are actually learning ketosis, not as a theory, you're learning it in the body. So the education is going on, the inspiration is going on, everything is going on hand in hand. And that is what creates the big shift. That is what creates the big shift. So you have to go to their level, their problems, understand their problem, connect with them, innovate there. Innovate there. And believe me, it's taken us 6 years to reach wherever we are. Like what we've done in 6 years, we'll be achieving much more than that in the next 1 year. Okay, the whole thing is scaling up now because the model itself takes time. Like we were talking of MVP, we started with the minimal plan. We had a 12-week plan in the beginning in 2013. And we kept innovating. The whole thing is innovation. We need to keep innovating based on the challenges you're going through. And we've got some very interesting learning. I'll be happy to share them with you and adapt it for your environment, please. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Dr. Pramod Tripathi, for a wonderful, excellent presentation.
Thank you.
I'm Dr. Ashish. I'm a surgeon.
Lovely.
Two questions for you. First is, how will you tackle type 1 diabetes? Is there any remedies in your program?
Shall I answer that immediately? Shall I answer that immediately first?
Yeah.
That question? Okay. So question is about type 1 diabetics. So type 1, typical young kids, teenagers, a whole reaction has happened and their beta cells are destroyed. So type 1 is a name, and within type 1 there's an ocean of type 1s, is what we have realized, because we have a lot of type 1s coming, hundreds of type 1s coming, okay? What we have come to realize now is the C-peptide is the most crucial part for a type 1. If it is above 0.3 fasting, I repeat, if the C-peptide is above 0.3 fasting, if the person comes early, within a couple of months or 6 months or 1 year also, okay, then the reversal part is much better. Reversal again for them may not be going off insulin, because most of the type 1s may not go off insulin. But you will always have a handful of them whose C-peptide is good, they will go off insulin. We have around 8 of them who are under observation. 8 type 1, so-called, when they were diagnosed, who are off insulin, all of them under observation. Some of them are free for the last 3 years, some of them are free for 6 months or 1 year, okay? The good thing for type 1s that happens in the process is they learn a lot more of how do they manage their future life, even if they don't go off insulin. They need to protect their eyes and the kidneys and the heart. Otherwise, many type 1s who come very late in 35s and 40s have eye, heart, and kidney issues. So that way, the learning is huge for the type 1s and results based on the C-peptide.
When
I think
people
time
see
is
me,
up for
they
me.
know.
Thank you very much. And would love to connect with any one of you during the refreshments now.
Absolutely.
Thanks,
And
thanks.
we actually have a break now, so you can definitely ask more questions. Thank you very much. So we're going to be having a short coffee and tea break, and we're going to resume with the startup presentations. Again, very exciting content coming up, so have a quick break, and I'll see you here shortly. starting shortly on the startup presentations. Again, very fruitful content will be coming up soon. Please be seated and stay tuned. Gentlemen, we'll be resuming now with the startup presentations. I would like to call upon Mr. Abik Moltra to start with his presentation. Please welcome him onto the stage. Is Mr. Abik around? A round of applause for Mr. Abik. There's a mic on the stage if you'd like.
Good evening, everyone. A very difficult situation for me. This is my first VC pitch. I'm first in the row, and I have only 5 minutes to present my product. Well, this product, as Anvita told in her panel discussion, there has to be a simple idea, and there has to be users for it, and the idea has to be proven track record. So this is what we do. We do medical travel. I don't know whether everybody is able to see this thing, this part of it, but there are a lot of patients who are traveling from one country to another because simple absence of medical skill sets in their own country or availability of treatment in their own country. Apparently, there is, by 2017, this market was about $17 billion, and it was targeted to become a $25 billion by 2020. The last KPMG report that came in the end of 2018 has said it has already crossed 19 billion. So I think we are almost on course. What has factored in the growth of this business in the developed economies is the crisis in the public sector hospitals. For example, if you talk of NHS in UK, there is a huge waiting time. At the same time, the demography is getting older. There are a lot more people who need this kind of services, but the services are absent or are lacking in number of patients they can treat. In underdeveloped and recently wealthy economies, there's a lack of local healthcare delivery infrastructure, and there is an improved payment ability because these economies are getting richer by the day, and there is almost an epidemic of chronic diseases happening. For example, in Kenya, if we talk of cancer cases, the number of cases had quadrupled in the last 2 years. And this is what is fueling the growth of this particular industry, which is targeted to become a $25 billion industry. Currently, the medical travel business or industry targets only the acute and chronic medical conditions, which is the conventional medicine. They target the surgeries, orthopedic, cardiac, etc., etc. But slowly, the trend is also increasing towards the wellness care, where people have started traveling for Ayurveda and other kind of therapies. The day is not far when the chronic condition and optimizing health will also come on radar, where people will be looking for alternative therapies to travel on, given the fact that mental conditions or mental diseases are also becoming rapidly increasing in many countries. These are some of the destination countries where these people are traveling to: India, Malaysia, Thailand, Costa Rica, Taiwan, Mexico. In terms of cost advantage, India gives the best cost advantage in terms of alternate kind of practices. For example, dental, opthal tourism, Thailand leads the way. So every country has its own strength, but definitely in terms of tertiary care, India is far ahead. These are some of the numbers which I have taken from the Ministry of Tourism data. These are updated up till 2016. If we compound this data and multiply by a simple $6,000 per patient, it comes to about 3 billion. India is already doing compounded business of about $3 billion as of today. And this is part of 16.7, which is, I said, $17 billion. So we can see that about 25%, approximately 20 to 25% business goes to India. Stating the problem, there are a lot of problems that a patient faces when he's choosing where he wants to travel to. For example, which country he wants to go to, who will be the doctor treating, which hospital he should go to, whether it fits into the total cost, total budget that he has, how will he travel, which is the best time to travel to, which is the best airline, who will help them. There are language barriers. So a patient has many problems in the whole scenario. Similarly, when you come to the person who is delivering the service, which is the hospital, then there are a lot of challenges that the hospital also faces. For example, the domestic market challenges. There is a restricted growth. There is an arrested growth that is happening in the domestic market. There is challenge of clinician retention, because every clinician wants to do more and more cases, and they, for their aspiration, wants to target some of the international as well. There is regulatory overburden. There are pricing caps on cancer drugs, on implant, and the hospitals cannot pass on these extra costs to the set of patients that they have already, and they have an extra capacity built into that, especially in the private healthcare sector. For a country which is a destination country, this whole business becomes a very valuable source of foreign exchange. It also validates and promotes the quality of local healthcare and the local clinicians, and it generates direct and indirect employment. Currently, all these things is getting addressed in a very diversified manner, because the patient anxiety, they write to different kind of hospital, different kind of people, try and gather more and more information for themselves. They still remain confused who to trust and who not to trust. And this gets further complicated because the logistic support is not that much visible, and the patients always face language barriers. And then they are not certain whether the codes that have been given to them will remain, will hold, or they will increase, because even the diagnostic is not very, very clear. At the hospital, who want to promote their services into a variety of nations, they have limited manpower on board. They can only do that bit of running around, and the promotion becomes a challenge, and the distribution of that needs to be done by reliable people. And destination countries' dilemma remains in supporting the private enterprise, who to trust, who not to trust, whether the government, which is spending money to promote the healthcare services internationally, is spending it in the right way or not. A service like this answers everything. We provide the patient end-to-end information. Which doctor they should go to, which hospital has the best infrastructure to support the kind of treatment he's looking forward to. We give them the logistic information, when they should travel, how they should travel, where they should stay, who should handle. We give them the language experts to handle their anxiety, and we interact with them so much that they become almost a family, and the trust starts developing in. We assure them that the cost will remain same, and if there is any variation happens, why that variation should happen, and they should be prepared to face that kind of a variation. We become the distribution chain of the hospitals, because we go to the nook and corners of the world. India gets patients from 78 different countries, and people like me, and there are many people in this hall who are into the similar kind of business, we take India to those 78 countries through internet, through physical distribution of products, etc., etc. And with the kind of processes that we follow, and we were one of the first to get an NABH accreditation for ourselves, we also give confidence to the government that they are backing the right kind of people. How we achieve this? When we receive a report, we give a very fair opinion. We don't give opinion only from one doctor. We take opinions from at least 5 to 6 doctors on board for each of these specialties. So we have got over 2,000 doctors on board on panel with us from 300 different hospitals. So we give a very credible report on what the patient should be expecting in terms of line of treatment, and whether at all that particular thing is treatable or not treatable, or within the modern medicine or not. For example, cases like cerebral palsy or autism, which do not have much of an offering into the modern medicine, we always advise them to go to Ayurveda or stem cell clinics, which will give fairly better chance for them. So we give a very fair opinion. We give a single window option. We give everything: infrastructure, hotel accommodation, of course, with medicine being in the center of all the offering. We customize. Many people do not have that kind of a money that they can afford a 5-star hospital. So we have 300 hospitals at different price points. We can customize the whole package for them without compromising on quality of delivery. We have the best hospitals and best doctors on board. As I told you, that 300 hospitals and 2,000 doctors. And of course, the entire paraphernalia of ancillary services, of accommodation, food, transport, everything offered. How do we approach it? We have a very institutional approach to the whole business, which I will cover in my later slide. We continue to remain focused on the clinical outcomes. Just to add to the perspective, we have done about 7,000 patients in the last 6 years or so, with only 13 modalities, which takes our success rate to 99.6%. We have a very diversified and sustainable revenue source, so that we are not dependent on any one particular revenue source. We built a very deep relationship into the entire healthcare ecosystem, and we do leverage technology to facilitate transaction processing. This one business, as everybody was talking about technology and how technology can facilitate the future business, this entire business actually depends on human interactions. Technology has a very limited role in this, and it helps only to transact a particular case. But when you are handling a patient, the patient needs a human face. They need a human voice to calm themselves, because they are already anxious, they are already suffering, and understand that each and every patient mostly is beyond the age of 50, coming from somewhere in Africa or Central Asia and Middle East, may not be very familiar with how to use a technology. So this is one business where technology has a very limited role to play, at least in the current scenario. So the technology will become a facilitator, but it cannot drive the business. When I said that we build an institutional capacity is from the patient's perspective, we have a pre-travel process, we have a during the medical travel process, and we have a post-travel process. In the pre-travel, we do a very close coordination with hospitals to answer the patient queries. We have doctors on board who answers the patient queries. During the medical travel, we do a lot of patient engagement through direct and through the sponsors. And after the patient has traveled back to his country, we continue to handle that patient through the direct or through our contacts there or the sponsors. On the back end, before the patient travels, we do all the initial diagnosis. We have a medical team who is processing all the information. We do a recommendation on the cost and the opinion side. We have to arrange for a lot of concierge services. Where will the patient say how far that accommodation is from the hospital so that they don't get stuck in an emergency condition, so on and so forth. We ensure that by having people on field, that the billing and the discharge and the record management remain in place. Whatever we have quoted, we remain within the quote. We don't go past and the patient doesn't face a problem. As I told you, out of the 7,000 patients that we have done, there has been only 13 mortalities, taking our success rate to 99.6%. This has happened because we have always been focusing on the medical side of it. The correctness of the principal diagnosis and whatever care, which doctor, which hospital we have been recommending. That has been always the center point, that has been the point of focus for us. Second, during the medical travel, even before the complication arise, because of our experience of treating so many patients, we ensure that we avoid a case where the complication should arise. And if there is a particular case where a complication may arrive, we always sensitize the sponsor and the patient and the family in advance so that they are prepared, so that the anxiety levels are down. And then, of course, we have been always able to manage costs. We have been able to negotiate with the hospitals because given the bandwidth kind of a thing. So HBG has been able to manage all these three factors wonderfully well till now. As I told you that there have been diverse and multiple revenue sources. We started from getting referrals from overseas hospitals and doctors. That was our first step. Then we went into the B2B market. So there are a lot of medical travel players overseas who also need one point of contact in any destination country. We provided for India to them. Then we started doing our own representative offices, and we have Uganda, Kenya, and we are opening now in Tashkent, which is Uzbekistan. We have tie-up with multiple overseas insurance company. In fact, if we talk of number of patients done from the insurance company, we probably have one of the highest numbers in India today. We have a lot of government as our clients, so government of Sudan, Kenya, government of Kazakhstan. Whenever they have to refer patients to India, they use our services. We are also into outsourcing business, both inbound and outbound. There are a lot of bigger players outside who would want a contact in India to outsource their business for India to us. So we have such clients with us. Having said so, as I mentioned in my previous slide, the hospitals also need distribution chain to go and market themselves. So we also do exclusive marketing for some of the hospitals in some exclusive geographies. So that's the kind of outsourcing business we have within the given business. And of course, digital marketing and the SEO, etc., remains a big source of leads. We have developed wide relationships within the healthcare ecosystems. There are about 300 plus doctors. We have Ayurveda doctors. We have modern medicine, surgeons, etc. In fact, Dr. Arun Suroha is a director on board who gives us the much needed clinical sharpness into our business. We have specialty clinic, we have standalone clinics, we have multiple chains, so we have enough and more bandwidth in the ecosystem. And as I told you that technology helps, don't worry. As I told you that technology is only a facilitator in this business. It helps us to continue to manage the business and get information and provide information. When the patient is on board, we have them mapped onto our system, and the same system has access given to the sponsors so that they can take care of where the patient is, how much billing has been done, what is the current medical condition, etc., etc. This has been our past performance on the revenue side. As you see, in 2019, we did about 1,200 patients, and we did about $1.5 million worth of business, out of which $0.08 million remain our profits. We have 14 countries that we have been doing, 355 referring points outside India, 7,000 plus patients assisted, 300 hospitals, 24% is the average operating margin. And last year we have received 8.8 thousand queries that we have converted or addressed. This is the future projection with given investment. We are targeting that by 2023 we should be doing some 23,000 patients. If we are funded well, we can reach that kind of a scale with about $23 million worth of business that could be done, and with a $10 million worth of profit. This will be achieved on the basis that we have to distribute ourselves wide, 60 plus countries to be targeted, 3,800 plus referring points to be targeted. We have to add products like Ayurveda, cosmetics, dental, and we need to do it much better. We have to get into co-branding alliances with airlines, banks, etc. We have to add more verticals on the government and outsourcing. We have to have a very robust insurance and employee welfare verticals. We still need to target the Western world, focus on technologically driven commercial alliances for profitable business, digital patients to add higher margin business, and more countries will help us tap into existing unorganized business. This is the list of directors that we have currently on board. You can see me there. That's my co-founder, Nandita Gupta, on there. Dr. Arun Saroha handles the medical side of it. He's a very well-established neurosurgeon. Mr. Sangeet Modi is also a director, and he's from the IT background, so he's the one who is giving us the IT backbone. Variety of awards received in last so many years. We have been declared the best medical facilitator company by FICCI and Government of India for 2017-18. We ended up being runners-up this year also. We were one of the first to get an NABH, which stands for National Accreditation Board for Hospitals and Healthcare. In MVT, we were one of the first to get it. Thank you so much. That's my presentation.
Thank you, Abik. My question is about that, the medical tourism is an age-old model. There are several players into it. And what you talk about, end-to-end information, taking care of transportation, food, logic, everything exists. And one of the things that you talk about is the element of trust. Because you do understand that it has become a referral business. You would refer to the doctors and, the entire network which you have. Everyone is a middleman making money on that. And the patient is always looking for that element of trust that he gets the right price point, the right doctor, and he can trust you. So how do you differentiate yourself from all the other players that exist, and how do you build this element of trust?
It has a very simple answer to a very complex question. The trust is built by testimonials. We have 7,000 patients, satisfied patients on board. We have about 50 insurance companies on board and the governments which trust us. When we are, as I told you, there is a lot of human interaction happening when we are discussing with the patients. For example, whenever we get a query coming in from, let's say, given an example, Kenya, we are able to throw names, a lot of names. We have committees of patients within Kenya who will stand for us and give a testimonial for us. If a patient first needs the first round of trust, it comes from saying that Resolution works with us, Britam works with us, government of Kiambu County works with us, so on, and NHIF works with us, so on and so forth. In the second round of trust happens when we say, okay, you have been having leukemia, we have very successful patients, 2 or 3 of them within your vicinity. Would you like to go and meet with them and check out our services? So on and so forth. So the patient testimonials, and because we have a very established credibility already in place, it helps. But human interaction, as I was telling you, when you are talking with confidence, when you are addressing each and every concern that the patient has in a way that a family member or a caregiver handles, the trust develops over number of interactions.
So, have you encountered any cases of medical negligence, and how do you take care of those complaints?
Well, in my career of 7,000 patients, we have had only one case of medical negligence, and we were able to address that by bringing both the sponsor and the hospital on the same platform, having a discussion, having a fair trial done by a neutral doctor who was able to pinpoint that there was a problem, and we were able to negotiate with the hospital to compensate the family.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just need one answer. So you said, so first of all, just a quick question. What is your model? How do you charge the patients? Do you charge the patients or no? You only
We don't charge the patient. We charge the hospitals.
You charge the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And so international insurance, if they have an insurance, is it applicable here in India?
We have all the insurance companies on panel which are international insurance only.
Okay, and you mentioned that last year, 2019, the revenue is touching 1.5 million, right?
Yes.
That's US dollars?
Yes.
And out of that, you said 0.8 million is your net profit. So what is the biggest cost that you are incurring right now? Because
I understand. It was. I will answer it offline.
Thank you once again. And for the next presentations, please bear in mind that it's strictly 5 minutes. So our next will be Wasia Rizwani. Please welcome her on the stage with a big round of applause.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Vasia Rizwani from Genzer Technologies Private Limited, based in Hyderabad. I'll be talking about the two products that we have developed through funding from BIRAC in Delhi. So everyone is familiar now with regenerative medicine and the advent of adipose-derived stem cells from adipose tissue of the same patient to be used for autologous stem cell-based therapies. And ADSCs are a promising source of stem cells now, apart from bone marrow stem cells and umbilical cord blood cells and iPSCs and other types of stem cells. So we have developed products in regenerative medicine and also in cosmetology for fat grafting purposes. I'll be talking about my first product is labeled as Gen T2C, where we can actually isolate cells from adipose tissue or using a lipoaspirate from the patient. And then once the cells are isolated, it can be used for regenerative, any of the therapies that regenerative medicine applies to. So this device is going to be a single unit disposable one with semi-automatic control. It is microbe-free and biocompatible. The materials that are used are biocompatible, and it does not cause any toxicity or pyrogenicity in cells or animals. There's no disparity from one device to another device, and the procedure cuts down the time significantly in operation theater. And most of the ADSC used stem cell therapies are outpatient procedures, so cutting down the time and using a sterile procedure is going to be very beneficial to the hospitals or clinicians, whoever is using. This is how the device looks like, and that's the procedure, which I'll skip. And we have some data comparing the manual method versus using the device, and how the viability of the stem cells plus the number and is better than the manual procedure. And then they also differentiate into different stem cell types, and they have stem cell characteristics also. And we conducted a market survey towards the end of 2017 for this device, and we just used orthopedic problems like knee arthritis. Surgeons were contacted and shown the product, and then their opinion was obtained. And we see that there is a good market for that device, especially in knee replacement procedures. So if we start early, like stage 1 or stage 2 of osteoarthritis, then we can either delay or completely forego knee replacement. And it has uses in sports injuries and other bone problems, bone problems or cartilage problems also. My second product is to just do, this is to be used in cosmetology for fat grafting procedures such as lip grafting, breast augmentation, hip augmentation, or it can also be used, the fat can be used from the same patient in burnt victims, and right now a company is using lipogems to treat osteoarthritis also. So this device facilitates just washing of the fat, which otherwise is done using a sieve, and then you're collecting with a spoon in the syringe and then re-injecting into the patients. So this device cuts down this whole procedure and the time significantly. Again, this is biocompatible and is a disposable device. And the data shows that we got healthy globules, fat globules after washing using the device. The survey again was done by Genzer in 2017, and we found that cosmetology market is huge. In India, this survey was conducted only in India, but it's global too, applicable in the global world too. So we have a patent from India on the stem cell isolation device from adipose tissue, and we'll be filing soon in USA. We have some customers from IIT Hyderabad and kids for the stem cell isolation device. And our products, as of now, are available for 100 ml size, and we are going to scale up to 500 ml and 1 liter based on the requirement of the market. And we are hoping to launch these two products in January. We got clearance for the adipose processing device from the regulatory government organization in India. Whereas the stem cell isolation will be releasing as a research product as of now. We still have to conduct some clinical investigations in case it's required. So we do have some competition, but the device is significantly new, and other variants may be available and people are developing it. So we may face some competition from them, but then we have a first mover advantage if we come out with this product soon. The risks involved would be, again, copying or lookalike products could come out, but then we can stand out in the market depending on our capabilities of marketing and sales promotions. My team involves a research scientist, business development person, a pathologist, market survey person, and manufacturing and device designing people. We outsource manufacturing in India.
So sorry, time is
And
up.
yeah, we have a good market opportunity in India and the world.
We have to, because we're running tight on time, so yeah, we'll have to interrupt this. I'm sorry. Questions from the panel, from the jury?
You write that the investment you require for developing and manufacturing devices in large scale, $3 million, right? That's on the slide.
That's not just for manufacturing. It involves like a series of steps. We need to get CE FDA approvals. We want to file in more countries than USA. And then we want to set up an R&D and clinical trial setup in either in US or in China. And all the automation and the large-scale manufacturing will be in India. But the $3 million is just a figure I have put. It could be, it's a little flexible.
One advice I will give that not to raise capital for manufacturing of the devices, that you should always raise debt, not equity, you should not dilute your equity. But on your sales strategy, how are you going to do the sales for such a product?
We will have our own e-commerce website, and we'll be dealing with from the company side, and also we'll be doing it on a B2B basis also. So we have identified some distributors who are willing to distribute these products for us in countries. And we can actually calculate how much $1 million can come by selling either 10,000 pieces of the first device or 4,000 pieces of the second device. So that's how we can make the money, and probably in 2 to 3 years, we'll be able to recover the $3 million.
So why, have you ever looked at grants, like
I did the first part. The POC development was through BIG grant, Biotechnology Ignition grant from India. And right now, I do have to apply for a few more, like future grants, like SIBRI, and there's another BIPP from Delhi. And right now, I'm bootstrapping for this because my product is almost ready and I can launch it and start generating revenue.
What's the current structure right now, and how much equity is already diluted?
Pardon me?
What is the current structure right now? Management structure.
What structure?
What is the current structure right now? Founder, co-founder, how much equity is diluted?
Okay. So right now, me and my brother are in this company. He's the computer professional, and also he'll take care of any business to be done in the US. He's based in US. And I'm the founder, and my team has Arif, who's the business development person. He'll be taking care of the marketing of the whole product. Then we have a scientist and an accountant and a pathologist. And Wind Designs is designing the device, which I have done it on paper, and they do it on the computer. And then Kim's Hospital provides us the samples. And then Gamma Agro is where the will be manufacturing. The production of the device will be done through them.
So have you diluted any equity to them? Any?
No, these are all like on contract basis. We pay them and get the product, and it costs us like, if we calculate in large scale manufacturing, it will probably come to 2,000 to 4,000 rupees, and we have prices 3 times as the selling price as of now.
And how many marketing and business development team do you have right now?
We have started with the first device, which is stem cell isolation from fat. And we have currently from IIT Hyderabad and Kamineni Institute of Dental Sciences.
Okay, we need to move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So our next presentation will be from Mr. Kartik Vijaywargi. Please welcome him onto the stage. I re-emphasize, for time purpose, we only have 5 minutes, so please bear in mind the time.
Wow. Hello. Hello, everybody. Hello, panelists. So, before we start, I'll tell you is we are a healthcare technology company focusing ourselves into developing SOPs for healthcare delivery in India currently. We are focused to Indian market currently, and the reason for that, I'll tell you about that on the next slide. So just to give you a brief about what we did, we were founded in May 2018, pretty new company to be here. Before which, me and my CEO, Jatin, we were implementing NABH, NABL and technology across India. We have done more than 450 installations across India. And that is when we conceived this idea. When we were on the ground doing the legwork, we realized there was a lot of things missing from the technology side of implementing an ERP solution. So that's where we conceived the idea of having an harbor network. So I come from a land which has 5.2 million clinical errors every year. And I get emotional each time I say this because 70% of my country's population does not have access to quality healthcare. So how do we fix it? There has to be a solution. The solution is, I have too many fragments running independently. I need to knit them together and create a holistic presentation so that my patients are benefited. But we've been here all through the day. We also, share the same psychology. Each time we talk about healthcare, we talk about patients' data. We forget the doctors. India, one doctor is responsible to treat 10,000 patients every year. That is our ratio. So that's, docs, you're doing an amazing job. If you're, getting clinical errors, we understand that. You're overworked. So let us take the pressure off our docs, and that is where the phase 1 of our Harbor platform comes in, is where we want to automate the doctor in the OPD center, because that's where the 75% of medical action happens in India. Then we want to automate the reception desk, because operating costs here are so low. I mean, I was just talking to somebody from US. For a dental implant, they paid 3,000 USD. In India, for a root canal, I can do it as low as $100. So where are my operating costs? My operating costs are going to my resources, which I have to change every 6 months, every 9 months, because my receptionists who are responsible for running my OPD center are running away. So that's where my problem lies. So how do we address that problem is to create a self-help automated reception desk coming from India. Language is a great problem. That's why this automation desk comes with 21 regional languages, is touch sensitive, and it is able to take local and Devanagari audio inputs as well. Then we connect with the diagnostic centers because we realize doctors have a big time issue coordinating their patients going to the diagnostic centers and coming there, driving the data back. So when we integrated a solution for our diagnostic centers, we went one step ahead. We integrated all the pathology machines, all the radiology machines on their mobile phones. And once all this is done, my doctors had a problem to retain their businesses. And why was that problem happening? Because we see humongous information available on the web on which I can just Google search and go to a different doctor if I'm not happy with my present doctor. That's my business going out. So we wanted to build that relationship from the doctor towards the patient because business is important end of the day. So that is why we created a patient's app, which is basically a personal patient health record, which is integrated with the doctor's application, in which every time a doctor says, the health of Karthik Vijayvargi is important for me, once he leaves my OPD center, Karthik Vijayvargi can enter his blood sugar levels or his glucose levels in his application or get it integrated from his app and get it sent to the doctor's place. That's the integration we are doing. So this is what we come here for. Docs, we've got your back. Let's not have medical errors anymore. We'll do great about this. Moving on. So this is the phase 1 of our application. That's the Harbor Touch application that I was talking about. Harbor Heal, Harbor Find, and Harbor Greet, which is basically a comprehensive OPD management solution which comes with 21 regional languages, supports IoT, is integrated with HL7 and all your non-HL7 devices. So this is a few snapshot glimpses. So that's a radiological view with our patch. So we are able to get the CT films on their Android phones directly without a lossless, with a lossless compression. So as short image is available on a web media for a doctor to see and report a radiology. And for this, we have got US FDA Class 1 exemption because we are doing Class 1, we're doing lossless compression. There are a few unique factors, especially when you come from India. Let me just rush through the last slide, okay? So especially when you come through India, one doctor might call something hemogram, the other might call it a CBC. We needed a terminology service which would integrate all of this into one. We created that. So our EMR is not a standard EMR at the doctor's place. It is an EMR which the doctor wants to create. He can write it in his own handwriting. The EMR will be incidental and will be automatically standardized by our AI service at the back end. So that is where our AI comes into picture. So there are a few differentiators. I have given you the hard copies for it. The future developments, we are working out to develop non-invasive testing into our smart kiosk, have pharmacy integration built into the kiosk itself, self-dispensing one. Few competition analysis that we did, market validations. So this is where our implementation cycle is different. The difference here is very simple. We are launching with only one city at a time, solving from ground zero, identifying the key users in that city, giving them the solution, and then going on to capture the entire city. We are doing this for the first 6 cities, post which we are doing an all India launch. We have some ancillary revenue sources from the government of India with the PHCs, because now we have a kiosk which runs with 21 languages, and it comes with 2G capacities as well. The data can be transferred from rural areas to the cloud centers. It is integrable with the PHCs as well. So this is a basic rollout plan. And the current state, the first phase of entire development is done. Our PACS is ready. Pharmacy, pathology, and DIS is underway. Our compliances are ready. Our strategies are ready, and currently the beta testing is being done at 25 clinics in Nagpur region, 10 diagnostic centers, and 5 PHCs. And we have been able to create that network in which the data has been flowing, along. And, sorry, I extended. That's all from my side. This is our team which founded. We've got a board of mentors who've been mentoring us, and we are based out of Nagpur. Thank you.
Do we have time for questions, or should we move on?
I'll do it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call upon Pragati Kadvi next. Again, please bear in mind the 5 minutes time frame. It has to be followed very strictly, so we give a chance for everyone to present. Is Pragati Kadvi around? Okay, we'll move on to the next. Our next presenter would be Dr. Ajay Swaroop. Again, a 5 minutes presentation. Please, a round of applause. Welcome him on the stage.
Hi, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I know we've had a long day, so I'll try to wrap up my very, very brief presentation within 5 minutes. At the outset, I must thank the award committee, or IFAH, for selecting Sir Gangaram Hospital, which I represent, as one of the 50 best healthcare providing service centers in the world, and we are highly honored. Now, I'd like to acquaint this crowd with what is unique about Sir Gangaram Hospital, which is a 675-bedded tertiary care multi-speciality hospital situated in the heart of India's capital, that is New Delhi. Actually, it is our founder, Sir Gangaram, who was a civil engineer and a philanthropist. And in pre-partition India, he has developed and designed buildings in Lahore, which stand today as a testimony of his greatness. And as a philanthropist, he set up a hospital which, you will be happy to know, still carries the name of Gangaram Hospital in Pakistan, and it is attached with the Fatima Jinnah Medical College. The present Gangaram Hospital was set up in 1954 and inaugurated by our first Prime Minister, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. Now, a few unique features. It is a hospital which is run by doctors. And let me share that there has been a study in the UK and the US for about 20 years, covering 20 years, where it is conclusively proved that medical establishments which are run by medical specialties tend to do much better than when they are run by CEOs and professionals. So Gangaram Hospital is run by a group of consultants, active consultants, and their whole sole aim is to improve patient care and efficiency. The other unique part is that we follow a very socialistic pattern where the very well-off sustain for the slightly well-off, and the slightly well-off sustain the poor people. And that is why Gangaram Hospital is a hospital for all strata of people. The other unique feature is our commitment to academics and research. Even though it may appear that spending in academics and research is down the drain, but let me tell you, it is not so. It is what has built a rock-solid reputation of this hospital and the number of excellent brains that we get from all over the country, which means Institute, PGI Chandigarh, professors from all over the places. They are more than willing to work with us, collaborate, and that keeps our standard going. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope I have been very brief, but this was just a short journey into this unique hospital, and I feel it can serve as a role model for future hospitals, especially in developing economies where finance and affordability may be a factor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now we're moving on to the last part of this evening, which is the award ceremony. Well, basically, we will go for the top 50 healthcare leaders and the top the top 100 healthcare leaders and the top 50 companies. I'm going to start with Meldoc, Mr. Rajesh Naidu. Please give him a round of applause, our first winner for today. The company is Meldoc. I would like to call upon Anvita to come and honor the awards. Please come on stage. Once again, the first winner would be from Meldoc Company, Rajesh Naidu. Rajesh Naidu. Congratulations. And now moving on to the top 100 leaders in the healthcare sector, we start with Mr. Vinu Chenupati. Congratulations, Vinu. Thank you. Congratulations. Next, Mr. Ahmed Namir. Congratulations. Next, Dr. Ajaz Bashir Ashai. Please, a big round of applause. Congratulations. Okay. Our next is Dr. Ashish Sam Enos. Congratulations. Next, Dr. Ghazala Ali. A big round of applause. Congratulations.
Well, good evening, gentlemen and ladies. I am extremely honored and grateful to receive this award. A sincere thanks to the jury members and the IFA Award Committee to recognize people and present this award. I'm receiving this award on the behalf of each and everyone who's involved in designing, modifying, and making changes in the lives of children who are differently abled. They are known as children of determination. And my deepest respect and thanks to all my colleagues, my supervisors, my professors, my mentors, from whom I have derived this strength to challenge myself. And winning this award wouldn't have been possible without their support. So thank you once again. I consider this as a milestone in my journey. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next winner is Dr. Emery Torelli. A big round of applause. Congratulations. Congratulations. Next, Dr. Prashant Dash. Congratulations. Our next winner is Dr. Salah Al-Ghanem. A big round of applause. Congratulations. Mabruk. Our next winner is Dr. Haidar Allawi. Congratulations and a big round of applause. Congratulations. Our next winner is Mr. Marcus Reinecker. Marcus Reinecker, a big round of applause. Congratulations. Next winner is Marlon Giliana. Congratulations and a big round of applause. Congratulations. Next winner is Marian Talman. Congratulations, a big round of applause. Our next winner is Michael Moskovich. Congratulations and a big round of applause. Congratulations. Our next winner is Muna Hayat. Muna Hayat. Congratulations. Next is Vikas Sharma. A big round of applause. Congratulations. Next is Rajinder Kumar Mohanta. A big round of applause. Congratulations. Congratulations. Our last but not least winner for this category is Rohit Srivastava. Congratulations. And now we move on to the top 50 companies category in the healthcare industry. Our first award for today would be Collective Mind of NLab Private Limited, Mr. Tarun Abchichandani. Congratulations. Next is Elmed Life Scientist, Murthy Narayan Kaza. A big round of applause and congratulations. Next is Estetica Health Group, Murad Akdojan. A big round of applause and congratulations. Congratulations. Our next would be Global Treatment Services Private Limited, Yunus Salim. Congratulations. Congratulations. Next, Healthigo, Anirudh Gupta. A big round of applause. Congratulations. Coming next is Integrated Biopharma and Pharma Solution, Dr. Tamal Raha. Congratulations and a big round of applause. Next is KD Hospital, Dr. Adit Desai. Congratulations and a big round of applause. Our last but not least award for today is the Innovative Aesthetics, Gurung Risham and Gurung Manisha. Congratulations and a big round of applause. And that was the end of our award session for today. I would like to congratulate all the awardees on behalf of the team of IFAH and everyone present in this room today for making it a fantastically successful day. Ladies and gentlemen, this marks the end of day one of IFAH Dubai 2019. I hope that today's sessions had something for everyone in the room. I look forward to seeing you again tomorrow for another knowledge-filled day. I request you all to please proceed to have, your mocktails and refreshments, and of course, the most important part is networking. Have a lovely evening and see you all tomorrow. We have one more award. I'm very sorry. We have one more award from the top 50 companies. It's Raising Happy, and it'll be May Alween. Can you please come onto the stage to collect your award? We're very sorry for this. You're last but not least, of course. Everyone will remember you, so that's a good thing. Once again, thank you, May, for your understanding, and thank you for being the last bit of this evening. Congratulations. A big round of applause to Raising Happy, May Alween. Thank you all. See you tomorrow and enjoy your evening.